Hello, everyone, and welcome to, well, another replacement stream. I did want to do Godot, but I feel just so fucking tired today. It's just still the whole mix of the week and worked on some things today. So basically, yeah, let's just go in and keep flying. Build some trains, build more boats as we do. We're building boats. Somehow we just started building a boat empire, and I'm still surprised that happened. Maybe we should try doing more stuff like that. Okay, so where are we? Ah, yeah, right. We have our oil ships. Oh, sadly can't. Oh, wait. I think as long as I never touch them, yeah, that should be doable. So we started our main line. It will go down here. So our western main line, just now in Flint. That's where it ends. So we definitely need to get it over to. Should we go through Gilbert or Zala? This is generally now a question of boy howdy, what am I gonna do with this? Where do I build the branch line? On the other hand, I do feel we definitely need, at the very least, 2 more platforms. Hey. So with that, we can actually have like a branch line. The thing is just, do you want to have the branch to over Visalia to Overland Park and then? I don't know. Oh, could do that. Yeah, basically the big question is, should our main line go through Gilbert or Visalia? And I do not know which one I want rather. That is generally not an easy question. You know what? Let the dice decide. Even we're going through Visalia, or we're going through Gilbert. Even. Visalia it is. So, Gilbert is gonna be the branch line. I can see it. That one. Once again, I need your... I need the room. Why is it now not working? Why now? So I definitely is it high enough? Should be, I think. Got my bot. Oh yeah, I definitely need to find a place to put down my headquarters. Maybe in Bridgeport. Why not, actually? Yeah, this is getting the one expensive part with, like, bridges and earth walls. And a big tunnel. But it should probably yeah, that kind of works out. I just need more money now, and then I can continue this line to, yeah, Remor. That's where I wanted to end it. And then the southern, the eastern line goes to Durham Overland Park, Burbank, Salem, and Detroit. So I just need to go extend from Bridgeport down to Detroit. oil ships are doing their work. It does look a bit goofy. Ah. Pretty shitty headquarters still. Nice. So, with that, Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. So now I can also say there we go. Much better. So basically, a lot of the... Okay, so those will all go into my oil things. Maybe I could actually just link a lot of these up in like one branch, and then I technically only need to bring them over here. Yeah, as you see, I actually try to make it a bit more... Oh yeah, you have main lines and you branch off of them. Okay, should I build a Fremont line first? Honestly, I wouldn't say so. I should build Gilbert first. Okay, so now I do need to go here, and I do need to do this. It is possible. Do not bullshit me. As I said. Because there will be a lot of trains running through Gilbert, and maybe at some point... No. There will be some car will stop here. Not today. Maybe one day. Hey, am I building a monster here? Maybe. But that is the point. And now I just have to replicate that on the other side, I guess. Completely normal. I miss my spaghetti lines. I'm trying to merge everything into one. Whew. Okay, you know what? I can just simplify that by just going like this. This is much better. Okay. And all of that for I don't know yet. I think there've been a few industries I wanted to connect, but I kind of forgot which one. I just know this specific station layout is going to be crucial. Okay, yeah, they want goods and they want mechanical tools, which are getting produced over here, so I guess I can produce steel somewhere here and think about it, what would even be the best place for a station for the mall? Wait, why is it not possible now? There we go. Okay, now we totally didn't create another monster here. Okay, so, I guess the bottom line will then just fling down here to Durham. And you are going to be my prime line out. And with that, I have the branch line done before that main line. Maybe Visala is just going to be a branch line. Okay, so the thing I wanted to do now, though, Okay, so now it's just integrated into the line, meaning okay, so obviously with some redundancy, always need some redundancy. And that's actually a key thing you need to keep in mind when, you know, when there's planning in any kind of infrastructure or railway construction. Always have redundancies. Like, they are so critical. I cannot even begin to tell you how important it is to be like to actually have more, especially when it comes to rail, than to have less. Sounds weird, right? But it actually makes a lot of sense. Like, for example, I think one good example is, ironically, in Switzerland, they technically have a lot of like pretty well built up railway, like high-speed railway, just period. Now, the thing is just, the trains in Switzerland, on average, do not run at those high speeds. You're already now going to think, that sounds stupid. Why? The same reason they don't do that with the Shinkansen either. See, when you're building a railway network, okay? The big thing is, and this is like, by the way, something you will have everywhere. Like, this is, there's literally a phenomenon on streets, like literally with cars, that is called basically a phantom. How's it called? Basically a phantom jam. So basically, you're like, what do you mean with that? Well, it's a jam, like, so you know, the trains, like, it isn't flowing, like you know, you're like, oh, I stopped, but in reality there was nothing there. And you're probably going to be like, what? But there has to be something there. No, a lot of times it really just needs to be one person braking slightly weird. Like, it needs to be one harsh brake, and then everyone behind them brakes. And if there is a certain amount of density on the road, and it is usually the case on a highway, they will start slowing down until someone stops. Then everyone behind them has to stop, and only slowly it will clear up again. That's what a phantom traffic jam is. And like, I'm not making it up. That is like quite literally a real phenomenon. And I think it is also pretty important to talk about because this is like an absolute crucial thing on how you design, or you should design railways. Which is, by the way, why you basically have in all of human history, every time when someone who's just ironically a weird train nerd goes on to help or work with people on a railway, they usually get better results because, well, let's just be clear here, they have a better understanding of what a railway, how a railway functions. While, for example, if you look at, let's just say, a CEO or exec, they're basically there, again, short term, and they usually just have one thing in mind, having good numbers. Which is, I don't know if this is going to be a thing in Transport Fever 3. I do not think so, because it would probably be just hell to actually fine-tune that to the point where I'm like, I know that it's relevant in real life, but I know that it's probably a big pain to just, do in a video game. A video game I want to add, I might want to enjoy, so like, yeah. Probably not gonna do that. However, this is a crucial thing here. If you're wondering what I mean with the whole, okay, but Mia, what do you mean with the whole redundancy thing? Okay, let's actually go a bit into this. Let's say you build, you're building a new, really fancy set of tracks. They're like top of the line. All of the shebang. Nothing to complain about here. Best of the best. Just good. Now, they are built to be run at 300 kilometers per hour. So, trains can drive on them with up to 300 kilometers per hour. So what is the max, what is the speed you will put into the trains that will run on your tracks? Exactly, 260 or 250. Or if you have 251, you put it, which is probably more the case, you will run your trains at 210. You're probably gonna be thinking, but they can run at 210. Yeah, but that would be stupid. See, this is what I'm talking about with redundancies. If your train runs at, if you run a train at 250 kilometers per hour constantly, for example, they're doing that with, that's for example one thing about the ICE4 that they're doing on a lot of tracks anyway. So a lot of tracks in Germany are just roughly around 250 to 270 kilometers per hour. So they're not that fast. So they're not the super high speed rail stuff. However, the ICE4 runs at usually 210 kilometers per hour, 210, 220, not 250, which is the max speed they can do. So you're probably like, okay, but why are they not going 250? More speed equals better, right? No. See, the thing about trains and railway systems is that you want to have consistent times. That is literally number one, the number one priority. As long as you're like, if I sit down and say, hey, I'm having a railway company here, but my trains will arrive at this and this time, but they will arrive at this and this time, so like guaranteed. Then I can assure you, a lot of people will probably want to drive with that train because here's a big thing: people don't need fast trains. Like, okay, they need trains to be of a certain speed, okay, but they mainly want trains that are punctual. So when you say the train will arrive at this and this time, then people will expect that the train arrives at this and this time. Now, if you then go and just almost sneakily say, okay, we're planning our times around a lower max speed than what is technically possible. The thing is, what happens now is that you created an environment where, let's say, I don't know, probably an uncommon thing, like there might be just a problem at the station, some passenger makes a fuss, you lose 1 or 2 minutes. Or, oh, hey, one train was a little bit slower in front of you, you lose 1 or 2 minutes. You see what I mean suddenly? Suddenly you have a track in front of you where you were planning to go with 210 kilometers per hour, but you can drive 40 kilometers per hour faster. And that's the key. People do not care to go whoosh all the time. If you can barrel your train past 300 kilometers per hour, I think the ICE3 Neo can go over 320. Also, again, if you don't have like a long open stretch between, like, with like no stations in between, like super high speeds are not that relevant. It's actually way better to just plan around, well, redundancy. Because people rather have a train that arrives on time rather than the train that, you know, comes 5 minutes late. And if you keep building your trains with the idea that oh yeah, no, we're making a plan intentionally slower than what we can do, what we can technically do, you will always have redundancy in terms of speed, so your trains can actually catch up. And that is the key to running a good railway. Welcome to my TED Talk. By the way, this is also why I keep saying, trams are just, like, so much better than, buses, because, you can actually plan for redundancies in trams. You cannot do that with buses. Buses, when they get stuck in traffic, they are stuck in traffic. Trams with their own lines, they have ways to catch up. Okay. Was that smart? I don't know. But I did it anyway. Hey. I mean, also, I generally would say one of the reasons why you should always have trams is trams are just cheaper than buses. I kind of hate that people always do like, what are they called? Yeah, okay, you know, there are some, let me put it like this. Never trust a graph that you haven't, how's it called? That you haven't faked yourself. It's like, I think one of the most ingenious, well, I don't want to say genius, but like, most interesting things that happens in modern times is that there is this thing that people make graphs and then fiddle in a few things where like they're technically not wrong, but you need to look at the fine details, you know? Like, for example, a good example, in my opinion, is the lane capacity usage per type of mode of transport. Obviously, there are some that are very none of the data in there is wrong, but some omits a few very crucial details, and I think those are the more important or the more interesting ones to actually look at. Because if you, for example, look at there are some that just true, like for example, cars are really fucking bad in terms of lane capacity usage. I mean, you don't need to tell me, or you need the paper to really confirm that a car is like inherently an extremely wasteful vehicle, especially when it comes to space / lane usage. Now, then when you go further up, you obviously get stuff like, oh hey, bike lanes are actually really useful, really good at lane capacity. True, obviously, because you can just have like a lot of bikes in one lane and they do not care. That's like the strength of bikes is truly to truly not care. I should stop right now before I just unlock too much. But crucially, there is an interesting thing. Wait, I need to also signal this one up. You know what? I can actually look those graphs up, but because yeah, a lot of things are just I can tell. I'm not telling you anything new when I say statistically cars suck. Buses are better. Bike lanes are much better. People walking is technically also better, but like again, now we're getting to the point of, yeah, this is where the finer details are missing from the paragraph, because then suddenly a lot of them go, well, bus rapid transit has the same, throughput / lane capacity as a tram. Well, that is suddenly a very weird thing to say. You're probably also going, buses. I mean, sure, they will be on, their own lane, but is that really such a big difference? Not really. Because yeah, a bus drives faster on its own lane. So that is actually a pretty big upside to everything. Like, it's not getting stuck in traffic is a major upgrade for bus rapid transit over just a regular bus. But you're like, probably going to be a little bit... It's kind of weird that suddenly they're equal to a tram, right? I mean, maybe you look at the graph and you don't think yourself, because like, you know, the data must be true. It like... Yeah, it technically is. And this technically that I just said, that is doing some really heavy lifting right now. See, one of the major things is that when we talk about transportation and railway, we always need to keep in mind what is mainly being used. Okay? It's like an absolute important metric. Like, what kind of equipment are you using to transport people? And this is meaning like, what bus model are you using? What tram model are you using? Because, let me be clear here, the buses they used to get those statistics to be like, oh yeah, bus rapid transit is roughly equal to a tram versus the good old, you know, wait, how the fuck does that even work? Because, you know, you're looking at a bus and you're like, that is not nearly as much capacity. Well, yes, it isn't. But if you do the math with, like, quite literally the biggest buses available, well, suddenly the numbers kind of add up. Now, no one uses them for very obvious reasons. Number one, they have higher maintenance costs. Number two, holy shit, the fucking maintenance costs. They are way harder to maneuver, so you quite literally sometimes need special licenses for them. I'm not making this up, by the way. Like, in certain countries, the really fucking long buses need special licenses. And that's good, I might add. Like, that is genuinely a good thing that you can't just put up a bus and be like, we are now, we just drive the bigger bus into the field now. It's like, please no. That would be horrifying. And, oh yeah, by the way, did I already mention the higher maintenance costs? Because holy shit, there are higher maintenance costs. And I think one of the big examples is actually, best examples comes from Hamburg. See, Hamburg had a problem. So there was this thing in the 80s where they all drank paint. And then we were like, oh, you're not nice to these people, but they drank paint, like in fucking high liters. Because they all went like, the car is the future. We need to rip out all the trams in our city to make room for the car, because buses can actually replace all the cars. No, they can't. And then there was one really, really painful thing that they realized, because there is the line 5. So, how should I put it in the best way? The line 5 is a mess. I can just actually put it up on the screen if you want. I mean, this is a because, like, again, one of the key things here is line 5 was a tram line once. So keep that in mind. This was a tram line. And like I would say they would still have the problems that I described to you in a second, but we're going to talk about planning redundancy. This is like, I mean, so if you're wondering what you're looking at here, this is the Metrobus 5. This thing kind of goes from the Hauptbahnhof, so the main station in Hamburg, goes down to Rathaus, so like Rathaus Jungfernstieg, which is like the inner city where a lot of people want to go, so you know, Hauptbahnhof, inner city, people like that, and then it goes up through, you can mind, a lot of free parts here do not have a connection to the metro system or the S-Bahn system, so the U-Bahn or S-Bahn. But also it passes it passes the university. It passes through a bunch of you know, like where people live, like residential area, major residential areas. It passes through the UKE, which is one of the like the biggest biggest hospital in Hamburg, and just like it just goes that way. Like it just goes through like all the major things. You might see the problem. You might see why this thing is maybe a little bit too much for a bus. And truth be told, they also put like bus lanes there, so you know that thing can just run its course. And also they're using these things. Those are a lot of buses, right? There's a lot of bus for your bus. Probably most cities would just look at this and be like, excuse me? Also, by the way, yeah, this is mainly here for one thing, because it has extra doors. It has 5 doors, so people can just easily get in and get out. And if you're wondering, this is a downsized version. Remember when I talked about the fact that the longer you make a bus, the more maintenance the bus has? Yes, so those were the buses before that. The newer ones are smaller. Do you see what I mean with this is an unfeasible thing? Because buses just stop being reasonable at some point. Making, you know, one, like making them a tube, like a folding bus, like with one fold, that still is fine. But the moment you try to do these things and put them on their own traffic lane, which, by the way, is never as effective as rail, because they also can't just be as fast as rail, and they're louder and more polluting, and so on and so forth and so forth. Again, also higher maintenance costs because there are buses, and you do still drive through towns, and they're not, and they can crash into things easier. You need to have this or this type, but mostly this type of bus, to actually get to the numbers of bus rapid transit in the statistics, that it actually matches trams. Because, like, yeah. Meanwhile, we joked about it a while ago. Let's just look at one CityLink. You can get this one a bit bigger, can't you? Yes, thank you, Wikipedia. Oh yeah, it has only 4 doors, but it's, you know, you can have bikes, there's more capacity. Again, it's running on rail, it is more durable, it can go off the road, it runs on electricity. That's a big bonus, I want to add. Much bigger capacity. I wonder if it was a good idea to get rid of those trams. Yep, I really wonder if it was that much of a good idea to get rid of the trams. No, it was not, obviously. Like, holy shit. But, like, you know what the irony is? At this point in time, you can probably say, oh, now we know about the trams, etc., etc., etc. Yes, I know. The irony about this, about Linie 5, wouldn't have worked with trams anyway. You're probably not thinking, okay, but Nia, why do you bring it up then? See, with trams, we would have had the problem way later. And I could have still scaled the thing up. But yeah, the thing with Linie 5 is just... it is one of those... it is one of those things where you look at and realize, oh god, this should have been a metro line all the time, and... yeah, guess what they're building? This is also one of those things why I do agree that the EU5 has to be built at some point, even though it's kind of ironic that they're starting from the complete opposite, even though it's just cheaper and easier to build. But anyway, the thing is, yeah, the thing we're looking at is it would have needed to be a metro line at some point anyway. That is not even, that should not even be up for debate, in my opinion. Like, if you get so utterly just clogged, then yeah, become metro. And that's why they're building the metro. And yeah, I know there was like a huge beef over, oh, we could have used the money to build a bunch of tramways and make orbital lines, and I totally agree with that. We maybe should have done that. And that's the thing, we still need those tram orbital lines, because the big problem of the Hamburg tram metro network is just it goes into the city and then out again, which is not a good structure. Like, yeah, we have one ring line, but truth be told, we need a second. We need a second orbit line, or at the very least, a few orbital tram lines that are just bringing some people to the places where they want to be without them needing to, you know, take the bus or, you know, drive into the city and out again. Amber, become Metro. Hey, Sophie. We definitely need more Metro lines, that is true. Like, holy shit, do we need a lot of Metro lines. I hate to be that person to say it, but boy, howdy, do we need them. Hope you're doing well, though. How's, by the way, how's the, how's it going with the tram lines? Have the idiots subsided? Hope so, actually. Yeah, ultimately, I will say, tram lines just will always be your best bet. Like, there's not really a way around that. I told you, you need to bully them. You deserve trams. Then again, who was for the trams and who was against it? Apparently liberals want to build a monorail, which is... Joker moment, truly. Like, I'm sorry, but like, what do you mean? Fucking monorail. You know, when The Simpsons made a joke about it, you should have long known that the idea of the monorail should be just dead. By the way, I do think actually there is a huge missed opportunity. But I mean, what is... I mean, from what I know, I heard from a lot of people, Modern Simpsons got better at least, but it is kind of wild that no one ever thought about, hey, how about we bring up that monorail plotline again? Which, I mean, I know where it came from. It was the whole, hey, businessmen scam small-time towns out of money for with like stupid investments like a monorail, which is you know these moments when you just realize certain parts of a show just aged like fine wine, like just really fine wine. Yeah, so that's the monorail episode. Soulja wanted either or, as long as we can make it free for people of the city. Wanted neither, focusing on current bus and for being not whatever the right-wing parties and I know what for but you know, it would be funny if your right-wing parties had and they will not have. It would just be very funny if they had the smarts that would like, yeah, no, sorry, I get it. I mean, they should also do it because it's just an incredibly smart investment to do. And again, I will point out, you can just use my be a big boy and eat your CityLink propaganda. It is free to use. Just print it out and throw it around. I will say this. I think one of the most important people people should recruit when it comes to when it comes to building trains and tram lines, at least from my experience, is old people. Like, holy shit, people forget how many old people there are with, like, money, but also undiagnosed train autism. And I'm not... Listen. I'm just gonna say it, because, like, in hindsight, my fucking grandpa had that. And probably, like... yeah, at least 2 other people in my family. Like, one of my uncles and my dad probably also have it. Because... there is a very widespread amount of those. And yeah, they like to do their model train clubs and all that, and, like, you know, that's fine, they didn't... But, they've always been very active when it comes to preserving, especially rail lines. Like, that is a big thing. There were so many railway lines, at least here in Germany, that could only be, like, literally reactivated because, well, some old people have kept them in shape. And then when the city was like, okay, I think we still have a right-of-way here somewhere, how much would it cost to refurbish that? It was usually just, yeah, you need to replace like 1 or 2 bridges. The rest is actually pretty cheap. And everyone was like, wow. That was unexpected. But if you could get your model train club by tram, exactly. The thing is, a lot of these people just want to drive trains. To drive the trains. That's how they work. So you get them by offering trains. And trust me, when these people, and there's also another key thing why I will say it is like it is absolutely crucial that we need to keep those people on our side. It's the very simple fact that they vote. There are a lot of there are a lot of people that talk about voting, but then don't. It is not wrong. I will not disagree on that. There is definitely a very high amount of, especially train autism in Germany and the Netherlands. This is probably one of the dumbest additions I do. Oh, I need to get some money again. But once it's set up, I think I have a really good way of just getting all the equipment into Bridgeport. But yeah, it is still funny that in hindsight, I genuinely just don't have it. I just like trains. Then again, trains are fantastic. You can... But yeah, I'm more interested less about, you know, the individual trains, but more about the logistical parts, you know, as I talked earlier today about the whole... how you should set like speed limits on trains and railway lines to actually maximize efficiency. No, 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 we do not have too much slope here. Thank you. No. I guess I need to start over. Or I need to wait because my extensive system building has I don't want to say bankrupted me, but like I hope I can drive some trains on that thing soon. Oh, don't you close down? No. Chat, should I do something unprecedented? Fuck it. Then again, I also do not know how much there is in terms of Girl, I'm so sorry. Why can't you just move the bridge pillar then? Ah, come on then. I know there are no trains, but they're kind of the cheapest way of getting a network that is this close together off the ground. I mean, I've already built... I should stop here right away. I mean, I've already built, how's it called? I've already built, boats, so... might as well sin more. So, very sorry, but... I need to also just keep them going, so they don't just run away. So please, hope you can forgive me. I will integrate the trains again later. We had 4 lines. Okay, so the Benz truck has less power, so we need 40 at the very least. So it's just one more lane. I can fix this truck like just one more lane. No! I am not like that. Also, I need to just do this because, like, okay, let me be clear here. If I had the option, this would have been a cargo tram. But I don't have that yet because Transport Fever 3 isn't out yet. Hurry up, Urban Games, if you see this. I want to play Transport Fever 3. I'm genuinely just like... I want my cargo trams. It would be so much easier to just have a cargo tram network here. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, I realized one thing. We should probably... See? Now they can all go and expand. Actually, Well, I'm wishing for like light rail slash narrow gauge transportation, because it makes so much sense, especially on like these smaller maps. Which is generally why I do hope we will see the map size update in Locomotion soon, because that would be great to know. There we go. Okay, why are you all so incompetent? Okay, now though. Let's make it's called, this is the Woodline North. And it's very simple. You go here, you go you go there. I do hope you're doing well though, Sophie. Been a bit of a tiring week here. But you know what? At least I can say I finally managed to put up a new pollen net. So I'm actually very happy. Because that should actually make our apartment a little bit more durable during the spring. Because we have like we had a little bit of a start with pollen recently, but then it got like colder again, and I think the pollen's died down a bit. Still, Agonia instantly felt bad, and when I went to the pharmacy to pick up antihistamines, the clerk was already like, "Yeah, the pollens are already here, right?" And so like, yeah, they know. Okay, so we now want to have this one connect to this one, which is the Plank Line North one. And we do want to load all, but on planks. So, and then one final line from Flint to Bridgeport. I will definitely also, Sophie, again, I already have a ship empire if you look to my right. I'm transporting a fuck ton of oil with ships. Oh, we already have high-speed tracks. But it's only the 1920s. It is going to be interesting, though, in Transport Fever 3, how much you can actually fix that traffic. I mean, I know I will mainly I will create a society based on trams, but that's a different topic. I'm more like, okay, how much will there be, you know, just car traffic, and how much can you actually fix car traffic? Truth be told, it's kind of funny to think about that I have this small oil network down here, which is just a bit of a mess. But then the main line is just... it just works. Also, by the way, I'm already using trucks down here. So... seems to be working out for the grain, though. But yeah, oh my god, the more I saw that, the more... like, I know you were like, wait, those aren't trains. I'm like, I know. It's just, at this distance, it made more sense to have... it literally made more sense to have trucks, but also, yeah... I wish I could just slam down some tram trains. Hey, like, you see what I mean with, by the way, that there's a reason steam engines fell out of favor really fast, because steam engines were powerful. It's just... that's what an electric engine gets you. Higher top speeds and better tractive effort. While weighing less. That's a 412 too. Those things had power, don't get me wrong. Like, steam engines can do a lot. There's the... but like... the funny thing is, again, if it isn't like very small distance deliveries. A train just beats a truck, even when it's a steam train. It sounds funny, but because we're all like, I support a bipolar train. What? I'm not getting a joke here, I think. Oh, no, it's bipolar. Oh, right. Yeah, they built some great electric trains in the USA. I have to give them that. Like, I know people are like, oh, USA electric. They made really good electric engines. Like, holy shit. Come on, I need some money to buy a train. But yeah, electric trains. It's so funny how the Crocodile was like the baseline for every electric train and they just shrunk them. And nowadays you just have like mostly Siemens? I'd say Siemens, yeah. I'll think about how much, oh, there we go, finally. How much of the USA nowadays is just Siemens? Oh, yeah, that actually explains a lot. So, I guess somewhere while I was building, it just switched to electric, and I think I just now need to upgrade huge parts of my network, which is so funny how much this this whole line keeps getting delayed just because something new happens. Or, you know, I'm just building something major. But rejoice, America! I truly hope they add a upgrade all connected tracks feature, because holy shit, there we go. Look at her, our bipolar queen. Yikes! Wrong way. Uh-oh. I know what I need to change. Anyway, they should go onto the correct track line now. Everything is fine now. Good. There we go. Whoosh. That's actually a pretty longer ride even. She is glorious. Look, she's segmented in 3 ways. And if you're wondering, yes, that makes her bipolar and a doll girl, because she has literally segments. I heard that doll girls are in favor recently, so if someone wants inspiration for new girls, there's a train you can turn into one. Yeah. I think we're now getting to Flint. No, it was actually all the way up there. I truly built a monster of a station here. There's a little bell. Look at that. That's great design when even an electric engine still has a bell. Well, now she has the whole network for herself and can just go up here. And there we go. Look at her. Look at her go. Good zoomies, indeed. Like, that's the thing. Old electric locomotives were just a thing of beauty, you know? I think we can actually make a bigger version. Now look at her. That's a train. Yeah, look at who's going to replace you. She's also kind of a beauty. By the way, I will not debate this, but I just want to point out, heavy machinery is all girls. People are like, what? No. First of all, every time, every time you go back to old documentaries, or like every train driver, they will go up to their locomotive, slap her and be like, she's a beauty, isn't she? Meaning, trains are female gender. They're all girls. Which also, by the way, applies to ships. And now you might be saying, but some ships have names like Bismarck, still a girl, because ships are girls, because they're always beauties. They're always ladies the sailors care about. Ships are girls. Planes are also girls, because they also get gendered female. Have you ever heard someone, slap their plane and say, he's a beauty? No, she's a beauty. And if you, and this is one of those things I want to point out. See, in sci-fi, this role of like ships, heavy machinery, and planes especially, that job is being fulfilled by mechs. Ever we can say every single mech is a girl. I think we can agree on that, right? Mechs are girls. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. More. Now some might say, but in Russian ships are referred to as by he him pronouns, they're all butches. Yeah, he him butches are very normal, like holy shit. That's like basics. Now it actually fits. Oh, they are lining the wood up again. Fast. I should probably add just a large side building. And we can line up an... Oh yeah, by the way, it's interesting. Look at this. This one is the best, basically, the best one they were able to build in terms of... One of the best they were able to build in terms of steam locomotives. But, like, this is just for speed. For our things... So, these would, again, way better on, like, light rail lines. Anyway, planks. You know, the irony is how much there were actually diesel-electric multiple unit trains, especially in just like European train history. You're probably going to be like, oh, is that weird? Like, yeah, you need to keep in mind, electric locomotives are not even that old, and they new, by the way. Oh, hello, Pen. And I knew the upsides of electrical railway because, what can I say, I think we need to look at our ships though a bit. Sorry, you're probably getting replaced by... Now I know heresy. Nia's upgrading ships for oil. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised that, considering, you know, we had anime where they made, like, World War II pilots / planes into girls. We had anime about tanks and tank crews with cute girls. But not one where they ever made train girls. That would probably be very popular. Just saying. Oh yeah, I actually have not brought that one up yet, but the director of Strike Witches is making a mech anime, which is just like, hell yeah. Hopefully that one is going to be good. I mean, I'm kind of pissed that there is not more Strike Witches, but the possibility for more lesbian mech is also very enticing. I need to point that one out. Considering that Strike Witches was already kind of in the mech genre anyway. They did fuck up Australia, don't forget that. Every self-respecting mech type of mech media has a fucked up Australia. It is the law. You know, it's kind of funny how we're building a high-speed track, but at the same time, so I don't fuck up. There we go. Okay, so now we can actually return to building the Western Main Line to completion, I might add. You know what? Now that we actually brought it up, I want to hear from you. What is your favorite train / train girl? Because I mean, there are a bunch. A bunch to enjoy. No. Why would I do that? I just realized I don't need to do that. Oh yeah, talking about trains. it is fascinating to witness recently how much Lego just is a completely greedy company. Like, they now went and were like, oh hey, we have a new train set out here, you know, for children. I will make that clear. They made a train set for children. 200 euros. What? Like, I know. Probably a lot of people were like, oh, what does that mean? Is this worth it? Is it, you know what? The train set would be probably alright-ish. If there was like at least half the price cut off. Because like, here's the thing. Most people who nowadays buy Lego are just like old people. Older people who really do not give a fuck anymore if Lego just is a greedy-ass company. Like, children's sets are not even for children anymore. Quality is going down. Just everything getting worse and worse. And it's kind of insane. But yeah, 200 euros for a train set. Where should I even start with this one? First of all, a Lego train is not 200 euros worth. Let's just be clear. Not from like any type of part amount or, you know, production cost, especially not production cost. Like, you need to keep in mind, multiple companies offer better quality at lower prices. That is just a fact at this point. I have a software for trains, which I think would be good and cool train girls. I mean, I showed you a few, and maybe we will get one of them in this game. I just need to actually go and build a little bit more here. But yeah, in the end, it is kind of insane. And if you, by the way, the big thing I want to point out here is 200 euros for a Lego train is just insane. Because you need to keep in mind, those are starter sets. Those are things that are basically being sold for one thing. That people start collecting the rest. And like, let's just ignore for a moment that Lego has, for decades now, produced just lesser quality tracks already. Like, genuinely, the tracks from Lego are just worse than the competition. Like, you can buy better, cheaper tracks. Yeah. Like, you can just buy, again, better tracks from the competition with, like, more curvature options. Which, you know, it's kind of relevant to the type of model railway, mind you. and you get for that like essentially an unlicensed, just like a kind of a knockoff train. It's kind of American coded, so it's not a bad design. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't a bad design. It's just, holy shit, for 200 euros, this offers nothing. And you're wondering, okay, but what does the competition offer? Well, here's the thing. If you go to, for example, I looked up, Märklin is depending. Märklin is just expensive, but the thing is, Märklin also is like banger quality. They used to be electric trains, yeah. Now they're cheaply battery powered trains. But I looked up. By the way, I looked it up. A Pico starter set, and Pico is like, you know, if you want to be socialist, that's the one for you. Yeah, Pico was like the GDR company for making model trains. So if you want those, also there. By the way, Pico uses, I will be clear here, the True Rail system, meaning you can just buy, you can also buy trains from other companies and run them on your tracks. What a concept! What a concept indeed. Anyway, before I keep being sarcastic here, Pico starter sets with like, you know, a good diesel engine and like 3 to 4 wagons, like cargo wagons. 150. You can get a full model rail with like metal and all for less. I don't know. Should I even say more? Do I even need to say more here? Because I think the whole point has been made with, holy shit, a standard model railway is cheaper. What are you doing, Lego? And again, this is besides the point that now the tracks are, you know, the trains are just plastic. They're battery powered, as Sophie correctly pointed out. If you're wondering, oh, but how else would you do it? So there was this thing called the 9-volt system. You know what? I do not care about collabs. I generally just... I think they should just make good stuff again. But yeah, it is kind of insane to look at that and be like, actual model railways are just more expensive nowadays. And you're probably like, but you know, the 9-volt system probably was too expensive. Then why are companies still making them? Oh yeah, you can buy the 9-volt system with like even more curvature options than Lego ever offered, because obviously you can. Just, you know, not from Lego. Because quite literally, if you want to have good Lego products, you need to go to literally every other company but Lego at this point. It is a joke. It is a literal joke. And like, again, holy shit. And I do think, by the way, the Lego train system is actually, you know, the 9-volt system was great. They could have expanded that. And, oh yeah, that's also a thing I want to point out. The trains, they don't even make noise. Probably now, like, why should a model train make noise? I don't know, because that's like a basic feature since let me check, since like the early 2000s, or like every other model railway like, yeah, sure, I think it started with Märklin. They went, hey, we can now make, how's it called? You know, digital trains. Well, digital with like, in the sense of, you can have like fine-tuning what kind of sounds they make and such. And you know what? That's cool. Do you think Lego has that? No. They just don't. Like, I'm not even kidding here when I say they just don't. And now they advertise their big, you know, cool new smart brick. You know, being all smart and bricky and stuff. They suck. Generally, the smart bricks suck. They're like an insult. It's just so funny to me how they can just offer the bare minimum. You know? And people will just keep buying Lego. Like, there's gonna be a crash at some point, because at some point people will just realize, wait a second, this is a fucking ripoff. And sure as hell it is. Smart and bricky, just like me for free. Yeah. For everyone who wonders what the smart brick does, basically it is the cheapest synthesizer you can imagine put into a brick. And then it can like scan basically it basically scans with, I think, an infrared sensor also for symbols. And depending on what symbols it scans, it plays a different sound. Now, you probably, if you heard, oh, this is the cheapest synthesizer possible. Are the sounds good? No. They're fucking horrendous. And can you guess what they used it for? What was their first, like, main usage for smart bricks? That's right. They made some completely overpriced Star Wars sets. Because of course they did. what do you expect? Using smart bricks to maybe give their trains just like the little bit of, you know, functionality that they do, maybe a little bit of sound. The thing that, again, every other model railway has been able to since the 2000s. And they haven't, you know, they didn't need to gut their, the whole way how they work. Like, keep in mind, yes, some companies like, for example, Märklin are now also offering trains that you can use with, how's it called, that you basically remote control instead of, but they still offer the normal ones. You know? They're still trying to sell everyone the normal trains. Nintendo just like yeeted out of that business completely. Just too expensive, I guess. But yeah, adding sound to trains? Making Luke Skywalker go yum, yum, yum. Yeah, I guess. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking, am I hyperbole here? No. Look at what sounds the smart bricks make. They are that bad. You know what the funniest bit about this is? I do not know what the difference is there now that you bring it up, but like, that's different technology. The new thing they're proposing in their Star Wars sets, which makes them even more expensive, and again, they're not good, they're really shitty, is something different and it's worthless. But God, yeah, I remember the Mario and Luigi one that was... Oh boy, that they didn't get like a giant fucking fat lawsuit over like just manipulative marketing? And like, maybe they have. They probably were just like, yeah, we can eat the costs for that because, you know, they manipulated the children before this was obvious, so I don't know. Okay, and with that, by the way, everyone, the main line west has been officially completed, which means I shall now go to... where is it? Where's the main line? That station. We start at Detroit, Santa Ana, Bridgeport, St. Petersburg, Flint. The main line was going through Vizsla. I think we keep that. Or do we want to have it through Gilbert? Yeah, probably Vizsla. And to Fremont. And we go back. And then go through Flint, St. Petersburg, Bridgeport, which is our main city. Yes, I finally made a full main line as going back to Detroit. Whew. And to celebrate that, Look at that. I mean, it's diesel, but like, I will not lie, the stainless steel era of the United States was just wow. They were cooking. A wonderful main line here. I really I'm looking forward to the third game because ever think about how great that is going to be? We can just there's going to be more trains. I can build tram trains. Oh, look at that! Look at it going over the viaduct. So smooth, so elegant. And there is a stop at the at some point I wonder if they can add a train turn what to call. I should maybe do like, you know, if you have a passenger line, that if you buy two trains, that they have like a bit of space that, like, you know, one goes to one end and the other one goes to the other end of the track first. That would probably make more sense. Oh, we are even fully loaded. Ah, there we go. Trains using the tracks perfectly. great to witness. Especially since I made the map longer, these distances actually feel like that there are some distances, you know? I do hope we have like double the size in the next game though, because we need bigger maps in these types of games. Just straight up, bigger maps, period. And one day this will be electrified. You know, I do hope for the I don't know if it's already in this one, but I kind of hope that for the next game that they maybe actually add the Amtrak ICE, if you know that one. It's still interesting how this game series became like the one transportation game nowadays though. Like, the project of a few locomotive modders just took over, which is impressive if you think about it. And now we're in the high-speed railway line. This is the modern section. Ooh. Oh yeah, it can go fast now. Yeah, not a lot of people yet. I should probably build a tram system in Santa Ana. I need to see if I can upgrade that bridge. Something went very wrong here. Anyway, we're in Detroit. Votrans. Okay, Detroit now just demands a lot of things. Fuck you, Detroit. That's clean. There we go. Now we just slap and now, what do we have here? We have traps. We have the Pittsburgh traps. I don't mind if I do. Now we should get a bit more people in here. So, like, you know what? I do it. I do it. So now more people should show up at the station. Okay. And this kind of... I mean, how much do you produce? Actually, a bunch. Now we keep one horse, but imagine this. You know, you have like Opel Blitz. You know, you're supposed to deliver fuel, but like one person with a shitty truck and everyone else has good trucks. And they all beef at you. Or like, oh, you're not fulfilling the minimum amounts. That must suck. Hey, so, you're wondering, Nia, what are you doing here? That sounds weird. That looks weird. You're weird. Yes, I'm weird. But I can assure you, my plans are 100% magnificent. And well thought out. And also, like, smart. You think I am orange, but in reality I am doing the big thing. I am smart. My brain is working on levels you cannot even comprehend. Yes! I'm like the evolved orange cat. I can think. And meow. See, I have mental prowess unheard of. And this mental prowess allows me to mostly listen to what Agonia tells me, but trust me, this is not because I'm dumb and I need her guidance. No. She's a princess and I obey her every law. That is what you do. If a princess decrees that you do something for her, you obey. That is how the world should run, obviously. But yeah, watch me connect something to... Again, I'm actually like very down for the whole mainline system. I definitely need to hit up Lena one day for the Mashinki tour. Oh yeah, by the way, more Wiki 3 Death Diaries, and holy shit, they keep being good. Like, it's funny how we kind of had a talk like just a while ago about how so much of Wiki 3 feels like how's it called? I know that we had like a big fear about, oh hey, will Wiki 3 actually deliver? And, you know, in terms of like the, how's it called, the ship design and so, because like we had like a bunch of few ones, and I get that. But also it was so hilarious how they just like opened the dev diary and they were like, we know you don't want Hearts of Iron 4. And I'm like, excuse me, Paradox, like who of you is watching our streams? Okay, at this point, I need to ask, who is watching? I'm not even mad, I'm just like curious, because clearly someone has. It can't be just a way of saying, oh yeah, look, we totally know that, we totally are like kind of in sync with what players of our community want, and we are pretty much on the nose with that. And you know, we maybe be a bit cheeky about it, but like, no, that definitely is the case. They are listening to our streams and our streams specifically. That's the only valid explanation. Yeah, the ship designer looks great, even though it's actually kind of simplistic. They're just like, yeah, you can basically say from the templates if you want to have more or less of everything, and it, you know, increases your maintenance and your production costs. I'm like, generally, why did we need more? You know, there is an interesting aspect to being like, oh, I can slam on 105mm flak cannon, and then like you're like, oh, but who cares? It's cool, but I generally think the whole ship designer being more of a, hey, you can fine-tune what ships you're building is definitely a better way to also just approach the balance that is coming at some point. You know? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, I like that. I do like that. It's good. It's kind of funny how for Detroit I probably will have like 2 lines going into the massive cargo station in the end. But, okay, so do I want that? Do I want to be? Okay, so is it steam engine? Yes. Is it the big boy? Yes. And and you go onto the Santa Ana fuel line. Let's see if they even fit this, if it even fits into the station. You know, that is a little bit of a... Oh no, that's completely fine. Look at it. Look at the big butch. There's a reason I wanted to have this one on a model train set. I'm sorry, this is just like an iconic steam engine, you know? Yes, I know it was not the biggest or the best in any of its categories, but shut up! Big steam engine gold. It's great. It's good. Driving by those peasants. Yeah, I realize I probably should say load full and then fuel. Please look at it. Well, I think our yeah. Get that oil down, but also I think everyone, we do need to add a bit to our oil capacity via trains. Yeah, don't need that. I definitely just need 160. That is enough. Also, yes, Sophie, how about this? Much more trains on the, I wanted to say on the road. No, trains on the tracks. Not a lot of shipbuilding this time around. Ships really just were there last time. Santa Ana now demands... God! Greedy bitches in Santa Ana now want food. Can't you be happy with fuel? Just gulp that shit. But Nia, people can't drink gasoline. Well, you think? People drink gasoline. A lot even. Depending on the situation. And reasons. Running food, Western decadence. Yeah, show some prudence. Their greed is sickening me. Then again, I am genuinely waiting for someone like Trump to just go. People can just drink oil, right? Or something like that when everything gets worse. Then again, it is kind of funny to see how Trump is now beefing with goddamn fucking Friedrich Merz. It's embarrassing. What's next? Socialized medicine? I don't know. They need the money to drop bombs onto school children. Sorry for my sarcasm, but holy shit, is it... I cannot keep it down. But yeah. It is so incredible. It is so insane. To see how. I mean, keep in mind, the guy just had drinking petrol as a prevention for autism, which we all know is the worst disease right after being trans. RFK probably. Oh my god! You know what? Stop saying that. He might actually think that at some point. Anyway, the thing I wanted to say is, God, it is kind of insane how much, like, in what crash out we're still living, considering he still tries to get the EU to help him with the Strait of Hormuz, just to know, then keep always bitching how they do not need the EU, but they should totally help him, because, they're cowards, so they should just do it. They don't need him. They don't need us. We're just cowards that they don't need, but we should still totally help. Please. The cope is unreal, is all I'm saying. But, then also we have the really funny thing of, constantly being like, you need to help me with, the war, and then, what's it called? And then Friedrich Merz was just like, by the way, I might add, I say that rarely, but he was completely correct on that note, by the way. He just went, that's not our war. Yeah, it isn't. And he should say it loud. And then we get another fucking crash out back about how Ukraine is not the USA's was. Yes, bitch, it is. You signed legal documents. You do. That is your war. Right there. Don't look away, Donnie. We live in times that are as horrific as they are stupid is genuinely the best description. I could not put it into better words. I mean that. It is genuinely the most correct description. I don't even want to be, I would not want to be a European politician at this point in time, because, imagine one of your jobs is just to appease one of the shittiest dictators of all time. And all because You know, let me just be like, let me just be a little bit pissy here. I know we can go in depth about why Trump won, and he clearly did not expect to win, and all of that shebang. But at some point I'm just like, thanks USA. The rest of the world really needed that. We really needed another round of your stupid, idiotic attempt at fascism. I don't even know. I know people are like, you know, the Democrats should have just done better, period. Doesn't mean that, you know, I think literally the whole rest of the world can't be a little bit pissed that this is happening. I think we have every right to that. Like, I think that is just a fair assessment, right? Is it? Or is it now unfair to say that? Or something? I mean, you know what? One of the dumbest things is that I need to, you know, when you know about just railway projects in general, that you just kind of start knowing about and realize this is just really stupid and also incredibly dangerous, and I don't know even how to put it into words anymore. From a pretty selfish reason. I just wish I was able to visit my girlfriend in the US in peace. Yeah, I get it. I also have friends in the USA. I wish I could, like, visit. I physically can't. Like, you know, I might actually meet my literal best friend from school again this year. You know, he kind of moved there before everything went to shit. And it's like, it kind of just sucks. Because he's like, yeah, hey, it would be cool if you could just, you know, come over. Because he's like, you know, I have a house. You know, he has a new dog. He wants to just hang out. I would love to, you know, visit Zeb at some point. Like, I've met Zeb in real life. He's cool. I really would like to maybe visit Zeb at some point. I can't. Because now I might just be fucking attacked by ice. Which is just a normal thing to fear, I guess. It's like, I know that this country doesn't suck. Like, I know this is probably a weird thing to say, but like, fuck ice for, yeah. and then you have to deal with people being like, oh, but what about reforming? There is no reforming this shit. You can't reform this shit. Like, I really wish I could tell you something easier, but sorry. Yeah. Oh no, we need a goon squad. That will totally not backfire at all, ever. No, that will not backfire. Oops, it backfired. Who could have seen that one coming? Like, I think the dumbest part, the absolute dumbest part I still need to goddamn content with is that every time you talk about shit like defunding the police, anything else, people are like, oh, but what would we do instead? Listen, there are quite literal ways of doing this shit, and yeah, you know what? I will admit this, as the biggest fucking lefty, even in the best society, we will very super duper hyper likely need some institution with some you know, applied power that just looks after crime. Because crime will not vanish overnight. Sorry, it won't happen. Yeah, sorry, I'm breaking the leftist bubble here. I'm sorry, yes, I know. But most of the crime, most of the crime is quite literally because of social conditions. And a lot of crime will go down the moment you will improve social problems. But not all. There will, especially when we still try to, you know, institute shit. It will happen. Like, okay, you know what? Ironically, there was just recently a case in the USA, and I know this is. I will put a warning here. This is going to get ugly. Like, this is going to be an ugly description of very ugly events. Okay. So, warning out. Let's talk about this. The thing is, there was a case in the USA recently where a streamer murdered his girlfriend while faking an alibi, you know, streaming a video game. That's horrific. And here's the thing. I will just admit that the people who worked on the case did a great job of proving that the video was pre-recorded, that he faked it, that and, you know, secured evidence that he was, like, quite literally stalking the family after he killed of his girlfriend that he killed, with, like, a multitude of measures, which is, again, fucked up. Yeah, at some point you probably need some people to investigate and make a clear case. Like, yeah, sometimes you just have those situations, like in a cop show, where the detective just goes and just catches the perpetrator. Okay, now let's return to reality. And first of all, these situations are really fucking rare. That's point number one, okay? Let's just put a pin in here. These situations are really fucking rare. Second of all, and I need to stress this, by the way, you do not need to have patrol cops to solve that. Then I heard about they was also doing everyone to leave clues in the fake live stream. Yep. Exactly that guy. Hi Claire, by the way. How are you doing? Welcome to the... Oh god, this is getting a bit morbid stream. But yeah. This is the thing I want to point out. You will have situations where you just need some people to just like do cop work. I can't actually describe it in another way. But like, I think the thing is, and this is probably the most important part to keep in mind. This, like, detective work is never where it stays. Because a lot of cops do not want to do detective work. Listen, I wish we could look at the average recruit of the police and conclude they're basically Jake Peralta and Captain Holt. Holy shit, I would trust the police at that point. But they're not. They're people that want to be in ICE. Because the moment you created an institution that just has the fucking ability to simply search and arrest people and all of that, they will abuse that. You will also attract people who want to use that power, who want to wield that power. The only way... Oh shit, I completely overlooked the time. Let me just wrap this one up here. But yeah, the thing is, you will not fix the system of cops with better training. You will only fix the system of policing by radically changing what they're allowed to do. This is a power problem. And if you do not take away the power, this problem will never be solved. Never in hell. Because if you keep sitting down and be like, oh, what if we just, go and tell people, what if we do better training? Well, then you just teach them how to better hide. Like, that is what always fucking happened. Didn't it? Yeah, it's that guy. It's I will kind of say it is embarrassing, but it's also just horrifying to a degree. Yeah, I know. Way too much train stuff happening here, right? So please full load all, and we just cannot. There we go, and we go. Ooh, let's put some more big boys on the road, and then they will probably be updated next stream or so. So this will hopefully help with the oil problem. I should definitely upgrade my railway line that sends crude oil down. Yep, I should definitely do that. How much room is this? No, there's not room. Oh, fuck. Okay, everyone, thanks for being here. We will expand the oil empire next time, whenever that is. Thanks, by the way, really. I had like a shitty day again. This was relaxing. Tomorrow, Wiki 3, we're probably finishing the whole game, so maybe we will do some co-op afterwards, whatever it will be, okay? So, be there. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good talk. And see you all around. Bye!